edition of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Philly.
And the Twins got postponed last night. That sets up a long afternoon for baseball and early evening. It's a doubleheader, a split double dip. It is game 2 of this 4-game set against the Minnesota Twins. The Angels, with the off day yesterday, actually gained ground both in the West and in the wild card. Texas lost to Seattle, so the Angels now 4.5 back in the West. Houston lost its 5th consecutive game last night to Oakland, so the Angels now 2 back in the wild card, at least of the second wild card. As we welcome you inside Target Field and back to Angels baseball on Fox Sports West, along with Mark Gubiza. I'm Victor Rojas. Now, the Angels, of course, on Thursday night picked up the victory, although they fell behind early, 5-0 in that one. They came back, 4 home runs, with Mike Trout getting 2 of them.
Victor, he had a fantastic game. Take a look at our AT&T U-verse rewind. You see some outstanding swings, especially getting ahead of the count here with the bases loaded. The Angels gave up 5 runs in the bottom of the first inning, and then that grand slam, 414-foot shot the other way for Mike Trout. Then with 2 strikes, a 2-2 count, lines one out, 362 feet to left field, so he's hitting the ball to both fields. But what he did defensively, it was unbelievable. 72 feet he was able to cover. That would have tied the game up if that ball fell in. But Mike Trout playing some great defense, and of course 5 RBI, walked 3 times too.
Well, Andrew Heaney was scheduled to get the start last night. He is scheduled to get the start in game 1 this afternoon. When we return to Target Field, we will focus in on the young left-hander. Angels baseball Minneapolis. Game 2 of this 4-game series, the first of a doubleheader on this beautiful Saturday. And, of course, Andrew Heaney's on the mound for the Angels to start this doubleheader. And coming off the start, actually 2 starts in which he's lasted just 5 innings. The pitch count's kind of gone away from him in the early parts of games in the last couple starts.
Yeah, he was pretty solid, though, with his stuff. He left with a 2-0 lead. Eventually, Houston came back and won that game with 5 runs in the 9th inning. Has pitched into the 6th inning or later, 13 of 15 starts. Very good on the road this year for Andrew Heaney. 3-1 with an ERA 2.11. They need a big star for him and some length in this game from Andrew Heaney, a very good competitor. I look for the pitch very well today.
Kyle Gibson's getting the start for the Minnesota Twins. We're just about ready for baseball here in the Twin Cities. Sit back and relax. Going to bring you the lineups in the first pitch when we return. O'clock start tonight. Garrett Richards will be on the mound tonight. They're going up against Mike Pelfrey. Pelfrey was scheduled to start last night against Andrew Heaney, but he opted, after talking with Paul Molitor, to take the night game in this doubleheader.
Yeah, but and Gibson's the guy, especially in a day game like today. Beautiful day, by the way. Baseball carries a little bit better, but Gibson, a sinker ball pitcher, to decide to go with him in that first game, try to get some ground ball outs. Now, if you're the Angels, you just try to bring some of those sinkers up in zone and drive the ball in the gaps.
It's a big day, really, for the Angels. Every game, the rest of the way, we've talked about it now for the last couple of weeks. Every game's an important game. But today, it's always difficult to sweep a doubleheader. But that being said, if you're the Angels, you saw what happened last night with Texas and Houston. This could be a huge swing for this ball club if they could take both games this afternoon.
And that's the mindset you have to be. You don't want to look ahead to game 2 yet. You got to play a perfect game 1 to put a lot of pressure on the Minnesota Twins and the Astros when they're watching the scoreboard, and the Rangers themselves and the Cleveland Indians. A lot of teams involved in this wild card race.
Minnesota's got 7 games left against the Cleveland Indians, so the Angels need to take care of business before they head down to the Lone Star State to begin a 3-game set against Houston on Monday. It's a lineup that Mike Scioscia's running out. this afternoon in Game 1. It's the same lineup that he had out for yesterday or last night's game that eventually got postponed. David Murphy back in the leadoff spot at left. Cole Calhoun in right. Mike Trout at center. Albert continues to struggle with that sore right foot. He's in the midst of an 0 for 20. He's the DH and cleanup hitter. C.J. Cron at first. Eric Ibar the shortstop. David Freese at third. Carlos Perez back behind the plate. And it's Taylor Featherston. He himself snapped an 0 for 17 on Thursday night with a couple of, 3 hits, including a home run, his second of the season. He will bat ninth and play second base. They're taking on a 27-year-old right-hander from native of Indiana. His name is Kyle Gibson. 10-10 this year, 3.71 ERA. The Angels roughed him up a little bit in his start at the Big A back in July.
Yeah, and Gibson's a guy with a fastball is 90-94. He sinks that fastball very well. Slider, curve, and plus changeup for Gibson. A guy who throws a lot of strikes, more of a pitch-to-contact type pitcher. 126 strikeouts. My go-tos against Gibson. Bring that sinker up in the strike zone and don't be pull happy. He will throw a lot of pitches on the outer half of the plate. If you try to pull that sinker, you get a lot of ground balls to shortstop. Stay back on it, drive the ball the other way.
That start against the Angels went 5 innings, gave up 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned. Took the loss against the Halos. The Angels took 2 of 3 from Minnesota at the Big A, and of course they picked up the opening game of the series on Thursday night. David Murphy settles into the batter's box, ready to lead things off, hitting .287, 10 home runs, 42 runs batted in. The first one today is a called strike. Bill Miller, the crew chief, is calling the balls and strikes today. Stu Sherwater at first base. Adrian Johnson is second. Mark Wegner at third. 1 ball, 1 strike. 63 degrees at first pitch, and it's just absolutely perfect. Slight little breeze blowing out toward right. Not a cloud in the sky. 2 balls, 1 strike. Gibson making his 30th start of the year. 31 starts for the Twins last season. Former first-round pick in 2009 at the University of Missouri. Murphy chases that sinker, and it's 2-2.
In all 4 of these pitches so far in the sequence against Murphy, 3 fastballs, 2 seamers, and a changeup all away.
Murphy goes down swinging for the first out. Let's take a look at the Twins defensively. Rosario, Hicks, and Hunter in the outfield from left to right. Plouffe, Escobar, Dozier, and Maurer from third to first, and Suzuki behind the plate.
Trevor Plouffe has done a solid job for them at third base. Last 4 seasons, the fielding percentage has increased from 2012 to .935 up to this season at .972 for Trevor Plouffe, former shortstop, now playing a solid defensive third base.
Cole swings the first one and fouls it off. A lot of empty seats for the first game of this doubleheader. Kind of as expected. Also, you got college football. The Gophers are on, and they're playing at home against Kent State. One ball, 1 strike.
Did you say Gophers once again?
No, it's just a one-shot deal.
Okay.
It's a one-off. That's it. Cole at 263, 23 home runs, 76 RBIs. Fouls this one off.
Wow, what a play. And kept the food in the other hand. Ready to roll. Look that in. Nice play. Food intact. On his game face right away.
Yeah. Now what do I do with this ball?
Throw back.
I'm eating. Here's the 1-2 downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cole 1 for 5 Thursday night. Call strike 3. 2 down.
Mike Socha's looking, wonder where that pitch was. It was off the outside corner. Hyundai key for this game today, going my way. Little Fetty Wap going, making sure you go away on that 2-seam fastball. He's been spotting that pitch and getting some calls already in this game. First two batters, big strike zone, especially outer half of the plate.
And by the way, that was an awful called third strike. That was nowhere near the zone. Trout takes strike one. 294 hitter, 38 home runs, 83 runs batted in now. Mike was on board 5 times Thursday night with the 2 home runs and 3 walks. 5 RBI game. In the hole now at no balls, 2 strikes. Gibson with a couple of strikeouts to start this one. One and two. Coming off a win against the White Sox at his last start. It was in Chicago. 7 2/3 innings, 7 strikeouts, no runs, 5 hits. Called strike 3, and the Angels go down in order. 3 strikeouts for Gibson. Went to the bottom of the first, but no score. Begin the bottom of the first inning. We'll take a look at Paul Molitor's lineup for the Minnesota Twins at 75 and 71, a game ahead of the Angels and second spot for the wild card. And they are a game out of the Houston Astros. Aaron Hicks leading things off at center. Dozier at second base. Bauer at first. Miguel Sano is the DH. Trevor Plouffe at third. Torrey Hunter in right field. He hit his 20th home run the other night. Eddie Rosario on left. Kurt Suzuki behind the plate. And Eduardo Escobar batting ninth, playing shortstop as they take on Andrew Heaney, making his 16th start. 6-3 mark and a 3.32 ERA.
Yeah, 66 strikeouts at 89 1/3. My go-tos for Heaney to be successful, looking for some length in this game. 11 times in his 14 starts, he's thrown at least 90 or more pitches. Last 3 starts, 95, 96, and 94. Important for length, especially with a doubleheader.
Hicks swings the first pitch, fouls it back. Switch hitting center fielder, hitting .262 with 11 home runs and 28 runs batted in. Now you hope that Andrew Heaney gets as generous a strike zone as Kyle Gibson got at the top of the first. As long as he calls it for both sides, that's all you can ask for.
And the interesting thing is Aaron Hicks is playing center field. He saw that strike zone. He was up there hacking at that first pitch.
Oh-2. Breaking pitch rolled foul. Count remains at no balls at 2 strikes. Andrew did not face the Twins when the Angels were at the Big A back in July, right after the All-Star break. So nobody has seen him at the major league level. 5 innings against Houston, no decision his last start. 4 strikeouts, 2 walks. Inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I think that's more of a setup pitch for a slider down and in now. That slider to the pitch before the fastball got loopy on it. Now he's going to try to stay on top of this one.
Pretty good pitch there. Doesn't get the call. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Haney, since picking up his 5th consecutive win on July 26th, has made 9 starts, 1-3, and 5 no decisions. Broken bat looper out towards center field. Trout comes racing in, makes the catch, and there's the first out. Halos defensively this afternoon in game 1 have David Murphy at left, Mike Trout in center, Cole Calhoun in right, David Freese, Eric Ibar on the left side, Taylor Featherston, C.J. Cron on the right, with Carlos Perez behind the dish.
Featherston getting that start at second base, especially with Heaney on the mound. Some ground ball action. The 20th start at second base is 1 error. He started 15 of the last 16 in that position for Taylor Featherston. Strong arm, especially now with the shift being on. It's going to be tested for the ground ball his way.
Dozier, Thompson foul. No balls and a strike on the Twins' second baseman, hitting .238. 27 home runs, 70 RBIs. Also has 35 doubles. Picked up his 35th the other day. And that was on the infield grass.
An infield double.
Yeah. 2 for 5 game for Dozier. He skies this one on the left side. Eric Ibar drifting out. 2 outs. I would imagine Dozier says that he squared up that double that he had the other night, though.
No doubt. This is another gapper for him. Well, it was a gapper in the infield.
That it was. 2 outs, nobody on. And Joe Mauer coming up. Mauer's reached safely in 37 straight games. .269 batting average. Takes a strike. 29 doubles, 2 triples, 8 home runs for the Twins first baseman.
He swung at a first pitch the other day. Doesn't happen too often for Mauer.
No balls, 2 strikes. They got the funk going quickly here this morning, huh? Get everybody pumped up.
Yes, indeed.
0-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Mauer. Perez will throw down to first to complete the strikeout. Heaney returns the favor. 1-2-3 first. 1 to the second with no score. Back with no score. Albert DHing once again, and will more than likely DH the rest of the season when he's in the lineup. He has been and has maintained his spot in the lineup. He has struggled. The batting average down to 239. He's in that midst of it 0 for 20, as we mentioned. So I'm sure the day off certainly helped anyway for him. Remember, the Angels and the Twins both did not take batting practice on the field. They may have taken some hacks in the cages. He drives one out toward left center field. That ball's hit pretty well. Hicks onto the track and near the wall will make the catch for the first out of the second. Gave it a ride.
Everyone keeps saying, why don't you give Albert a day off or so? But I firmly believe he's one swing away from getting hot and carrying the club. And this could be that type of swing where Albert gets rolling again. Gibson thought that ball was out of the ballpark, but Albert hit that big deep part here at Target Field, right around that 411 sign. Hit extremely well by Albert. Maybe that's a swing that gets him rolling.
I'm trying to recall the last ball that he has driven prior to that one, and it's tough to come up with one. He hit the double that bounced into the seats at the Big A, but that was off the end of the bat, kind of hooked one down the line. That's as close as we've seen as him driving a baseball.
That baseball was hit very well.
0-1 pitch downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cron hitting .269, 14 home runs, 43 RBIs. At a 1-for-4 game Thursday night. Also picked up a stolen base, his 3rd of the season.
See, Albert got that sinker that was elevated in the strike zone. That's the thing with Gibson. When he's working downstairs with that sinker, ground ball after ground ball, when you make contact, but when it's elevated, it's very hittable. Good hitters count now for C.J. Cron, who's 3 for 4 in his career versus Gibson.
This one's hit sharply to short, backing up on it. Escobar. 2 down. Fans, join us for Oktoberfest Friday. The Angels take on the Mariners at 7:05. Fans in attendance receive a boot mug courtesy of Shock Top while supplies last. Get your tickets at the stadium, or as always, you can buy them online.
A couple of baseballs hit hard already this inning against Gibson after striking out the side in the top of the first.
Eric hitting .267. Batting at the leadoff spot Thursday night. He shoots this one over to short. Candles go down in order once again. 6 up, 6 down for Kyle Gibson. Head to the bottom of the second with no score. Get your hot dog?
Yes.
Mustard?
Mustard. Lots of mustard.
Relish?
Sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut. All right.
That'd be perfect.
Coming your way. Sano, Plouffe, and Hunter for Minnesota here in the bottom of the second. Heaney with a 1-2-3 first. Picked up a strikeout. Sano, the DH, hitting .279. 16 home runs, 47 runs batted in. Sano pulls the trigger on an off-speed pitch, and it's strike one.
That's a good first pitch from Heaney. A changeup. Solid one going down and away from Sano.
1 ball, 1 strike. Sano missed all of last year. Tommy John surgery. Signed as an infielder. Swing and a miss. Got off to a slow start this year down at the minor league level. Terry Ryan, the general manager of the Twins, saying that a little surprised to see how well he's kind of turned things around at the major league level, considering the start that he had this year. Just continues to get better and better with each swing, with each plate appearance. Talented kid. Full count. Called strike 3. That pitch way off the plate.
You better be swinging today if you're a hitter.
Yeah.
Change up. And our Fox tracks exactly where that pitch at. That's about almost a half a baseball to a full baseball off the outside corner. So you better be up there swinging. Calling the corners.
Trevor Plouffe, the third baseman, has an 8-game hitting streak. .250 average, 20 home runs and 80 RBIs.
I try a pitch a little bit further off the outside corner, see if you can get a call.
Sure.
Tried it.
Yeah. It's actually pretty close.
It's a good decision by Carlos Perez to set up away.
Check swing. Did not go. That's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, Bill Miller's the kind of umpire with this kind of zone that you want on getaway day. Or in game 2 of a doubleheader. Ground ball, broken bat towards short. 2 down.
Now here's today's Cold Hard Facts, which are brought to you by Clean, Crisp, Coors Light. Paul Milesworth, manager for the Twins. They've been the 9th in Major League history as far as 3,319 career hits. Played in 2 World Series. Lost in 1982 with the Brewers against the Cardinals. And won the World Series in 1993. The Blue Jays, I forget the team he played against. 368 career postseason average. Don't remember who they played.
That one missed up and away. Grew up in St. Paul, went to high school in St. Paul, went to University of Minnesota, so he's a Gopher. And went on to a fantastic Hall of Fame career. Torrey fouls it off to the right. That's 1 ball, 1 strike.
You talk about a guy with a very little stride and threw the baseball, and a lot of base hits up the middle, the other way. Super quick hands.
How about a couple of years ago? We used to see Paul sit just in front of us here.
Exactly.
Remember?
Just
Up in the
waving up
glow
at
and
him.
waved to us. Now he's down in the dugout. Blows us off. Torrey drives one out to center. Trout back a couple of steps.
Don't hit one to your friend, Torrey.
That is the 3rd out of the inning. Mike Trout reminds Torrey of a young Torrey. One to the 3rd with no score. Angels host Oktoberfest in the Game 1 Music Garden. Come enjoy live German music, dancing, beer tasting from a variety of breweries. Plus, much more. Get your tickets online or you get them at the box office. I like that guy's t-shirt.
Yeah, it's a good one. Lots of Angel fans here today.
The sombreros.
Yes.
Carry on, or you got to check that. What do you think?
Any way you look at it, it's a great look.
Freese, Perez, and Featherston. Both starting pitchers have faced 6 batters. They've retired all 6. Just inside. 2 balls and no strikes on David. Hitting .257 with 11 home runs and 48 RBIs. Freese had a 3-hit game the other night. 3 for 5. A couple of doubles and a single. 3-0.
Gibson has had his struggles in his career versus the Angels. 0-2 with an ERA over 8. Including this year when 5 innings, 5 earned runs.
And there's a 4-pitch walk. First base runner of the game. Carlos Perez will come up with a man on. Mike likes to hit and run with Carlos. He did not play Thursday night. He's been on a tear though in the month of September, hitting over .360.
Especially with a sinker ball pitcher on the mound. Going to be down in the zone. Better chance to hit the ball on the ground if you put a hit and run on.
11 games in September, .364 average for Carlos. Takes a strike. 5 doubles in his last 4 games. Plouffe in a little bit at third base. Everyone else at normal depth. Interesting to see the middle infielders, Escobar, Dozier, in a couple of steps. It's usually reserved for a guy that's got a lot of speed at the plate. Opens it up a little bit on the infield.
Got to believe at some point here they're going to put a hit and run on just to try to create something.
Bouncer off the foot. Sinker from Gibson. No balls, 2 strikes. Now, Miller hasn't called, at least not as of yet anyway, that inside pitch. He's called the pitches away from the hitters and off the plate for strikes. If you're a right-handed batter and you got that sinker, until Bill Miller starts calling it, you know, you might as well try to lay off of it. So tempting though with a sinker. Case in point, 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's why if you're Gibson today, just throw that 2-seamer started off the outside corner, try to bring it back, get that illusion that you're going to get the corner, and you'll get a lot of calls.
Frees a leadoff walk. Carlos pulls one to third. Plouffe has it, goes to Dozier for 1. The relay is in time. A double play. 2 outs. So the Angels don't start the runners or hit and run. Base is clear now for Featherston. Taylor with a single, a couple singles, and a 2-run home run Thursday night. Second home run, has 9 RBIs now. That was a pretty good poke too.
Done a nice job in an adjustment coming back up from AAA to shorten up his swing. And with the speed he has, put the ball in play.
A 3-hit game, snapped at 0 for 17 for Featherston. He shoots one to center.
See how short that swing is now. Much more consistent.
First hit of the game now.
This compact swing, line drive up the middle, starting to utilize the whole field.
So he's on board. Always takes a big lead at first base. And here's David Murphy, struck out swinging to lead off the ballgame.
Gibson has a quick move. He has 2 pickoffs this year. He's allowed 5 stolen bases in 6 attempts. That still should not stop you from being aggressive. Suzuki's had his troubles throwing out would-be base stealers.
Featherston bluffed and stopped. 1-0 count on Murph. Off speed. Evens counted 1-1.
That's not easy to throw an all-speed pitch in the strike zone with a slide step. And that's what Gibson just did on that one. He's quick to the plate. Talk about a 1-1-5 to 1-2-0 times to the plate.
Quick feet for a big guy. Went to Mizzou. Teammates with Aaron Crow. Pretty good 1-2 at the collegiate level. One pitch. Murphy takes a big hack, comes up empty. Calhoun on deck. Featherston takes off. Murphy takes down and in to throw down a second, and it's not in time. A stolen base for Taylor. That's his 4th.
That's a 74th stolen base against Suzuki this year in 80 attempts. That's a big lead and a good jump, and went on a breaking ball also. Slides in now in scoring position. Keep that foot down though on that slide, a little bit up, elevated the foot for Featherston, but successfully steals his 4th stolen base of the year.
Looks like the Twins are taking a look at it.
And because that foot was up in the air before on the base.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Man in scoring position for the Angels. Murphy pulls it to second. Handlers will leave that man in scoring position. Head to the bottom of the 3rd with no score. And it's brought to you by T-Mobile. No score, bottom of the third here in Minneapolis. Bottom third of the order coming up for the Twins. Rosario, Suzuki, and Escobar to face Andrew Heaney. He has faced 6. He's retired 6 with 2 punch-outs. Nice collection of Angels red on the third base side here at Target Field. Breaking ball missing for ball 1. Rosario hitting .271, 10 home runs, 42 RBIs, leads the league with 13 triples. .292 on base percentage. Poses some foul. Two balls, 1 strike.
Interesting thing when you see Rosario, when he brings his hands down, just the pitcher's going to deliver the baseball. You would think he can throw a fastball in on his hands with that type of movement when he brings it down when the pitch is going to be delivered.
Tardy on the fastball up. 2-2.
See, as it's just about ready to deliver the pitch, he brings his hands down, so that makes it more difficult to catch up either to a high fastball or fastball in.
23-year-old Puerto Rico. 4th round pick in 2010 by the Twins. First taste of big league life this year. He goes down swinging. Nasty action down and in. Foul tipped and hung onto by Perez. 1 out.
92-mile-an-hour fastball inside. Perez was setting up away. His fastball ran in. And that inside pitch may be a difficult task for him to catch up to.
Kurt Suzuki up, the catcher. 241. Two of the games being played right now. Everything else later. Yankees leading the Mets 3-0 in the third. Cardinals leading the Cubs. Pardon me, the other way around. Cubs leading the Cardinals 2-1. That game also in the third.
That should be an interesting game.
Yeah.
Few batters hit in that ball game yesterday between the Cardinals and the Cubs.
Out to right. Oh, back. Now over to his right. 2 down. That brings up Escobar, the shortstop. Oakland will be at Houston tonight. That's Sonny Gray getting the taking them out, I should say, against Scott Kazmir. Texas will be hosting the Seattle Mariners, game 2 of their series. Cole Hamels on the mound. And Vidal Nuno going for Seattle.
Early on for Heaney, he's had a good feel for his changeup. He's had him have 4 really good changeups so far.
This pitch.
Especially when you can throw that 2-seam fastball away and you throw the changeup away in that same plane. So you're talking about a 10-mile-an-hour differential between the 2 pitches, exact same part of the plate. Very difficult to hit.
Fouled off. Count remains at 0-2. Escobar this year, 28 doubles, 3 triples, 11 home runs, 264 batting average. And he goes down swinging. Perez throws down to Cron, completes the punch out. 9 up, 9 down for Andrew Heaney with 4 punch outs. We'll head to the 4th. No score. with no score. Cal Hertrand and Pujols to face Kyle Gibson. Struck out the side to start off the game. Retired the first 6 batters. And allowed 2 base runners in the 3rd inning, a walk and a single, but nothing more as the Angels left Taylor Featherston at second base. Cole went down looking on the pitch nowhere near the zone. So he's 0 for 1. Breaking ball from Gibson for a strike. Two. See Cole's reaction to that pitch being called a strike.
Upper part of the strike zone, catching that upper part. Cut fastball.
Suzuki going back outside. Upstairs, 2-2. It's like Gibson trying to overthrow that pitch. It's kind of what you want for a sinker baller, to try to power up.
Won't have as much sink on there.
Cole goes down swinging for the first down here, the 4th.
Mike Trout coming up next. Most home runs in one season in Angel history. Troy Gloss with the record, hit 47 back in 2000. Also hit 41 in 2001. Reggie Jackson and Vlad with 39. And Mike Trout with 38. Looking to tie those 2 excellent home run hitters with 1 swing here today.
That's out to right. Torrey comes in. 2 outs.
Look at that. Okay, you're going to catch my shot. I'll catch your line drive at me.
I was just thinking, Cole's gone down now twice in this game.
That strikeout total's been going up for him lately.
He's at 26 strikeouts in the month of September. 16 games. Several 3 strikeout games this year. Well, especially this month. Just go back, the most punch outs he's had in a month, 28. That was in July through 24 games. Albert bounces this one foul. Ball and a strike. Pujols gave it a ride in the top of the 2nd. But Aaron Hicks ended up catching it just in front of the bullpen out in left center. Just to the right where Pujols sit, it's 411 feet. Big poke out that way. Spacious ballpark here, Minneapolis. 2 balls, 1 strike. Three and 1.
Good count for Pujols to be able to break that homerless streak of 13 games. He's not hit a home run. Almost got a home run his first at bat.
Fouls this one back. Full count.
Had a pretty good pitch to drive there. Just missed that one. Suzuki wanted that fastball away. That was pretty much down the heart of the play. A little elevated in the strike zone, but a pitch that Albert can drive. Go with a changeup now.
Count stays full. Chopper to short. Angels go down in order here in the fourth. Top of the order coming up from Minnesota. Still no score here. EPA estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. This car was made for driving in California. Visit Dodge.com. By AT&T Uverse. More live channels on the go than cable.
And by Subaru. Test drive the all-new 2015 Subaru Forester or go to Subaru.com to learn more.
Hicks, Dozier, and Mauer coming up for the Minnesota Twins on this gorgeous day. No score. Andrew Heaney has faced 9 batters. He's retired all 9 with 4 strikeouts. Hicks had a little soft liner to Trout at the bottom of the first. So he's 0 for 1. The career splits for Aaron Hicks. 11 home runs this year, 8 doubles, 2 triples. 1 ball, 1 strike. Garrett Richards and Mike Pelfrey facing off in game 2. 6:10 start here Central Time. 4:10 back home as this one's pulled down the line foul. One ball, 2 strikes. Aaron, the former first-round pick out of Woodrow Wilson High School in Long Beach.
Very good defender in the outfield.
Looks like he's put on a little weight, thicker, stronger.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah. He goes down swinging on the breaking ball, and Perez for the 3rd time today throws down to Crone to complete the strikeout. So that's the 5th strikeout for Heaney. Got the good breaking ball working so far.
Yeah, between that and his changeup's been very solid. That's a sharp slider down and in. Nice job by Carlos Perez keeping that in front of him. And the Minnesota Twins next year envision Hicks, Buxton, Rosario in the outfield, and possibly with Torrey Hunter in that mix if he decides to keep playing.
And a serious hometown discount.
Yeah, yes. And reduce potential playing time. That's the thing. Will be difficult for Torrey to decide with.
1 ball, 1 strike on Dozier. Popped out in the 1st inning. All-star this year. pitchers have the advantage in a game like this, doubleheader, early game. As Dozier lifts one out to left. Murphy back a couple of steps. Will stay in the yard. 2 outs.
Yeah, especially this early of a start. You're used to playing at the very least around the 1 o'clock range, but earlier. And with an umpire with a pretty big strike zone, it certainly works to your advantage too as a pitcher. Bright sky like this, very difficult at times to be able to see the baseball and read the rotation of the seams at this time of the day. So definitely early on advantage pitchers. But the more base pitches you see as a hitter, the better you're going to get acclimated to playing here in the day.
Here's Bauer, struck out then the first. And it's not like the guys were here late last night. The decision to call the game made fairly early. I think it was right around 8 o'clock local time. It's an opportunity to get some sleep, some rest. Bauer lines one to left field. Murphy's there to make that 12 up, 12 down for Andrew Heaney. We're through 4 here at Target Field. We're scoreless. Here in the top of the 5th inning. He's yet to allow a base runner, has 5 strikeouts in the ball game. The Angels here in the 5th will have Crow and Ibar and Freeze to face Gibson. Coming off a 1-2-3 4th. CJ grounded out sharply to the shortstop Escobar in the 2nd inning. So he's 0 for 1. Crow now 3 for 5 in his career against Gibson. He swings and pops this one up a mile high near the plate. Trevor Plouffe calls everybody off, makes the catch. 1 out.
Yeah, right away it didn't look like Suzuki saw that, and Gibson started drifting in to make the play, then called off by Plouffe. Well, you're looking at Gibson, the way he standing on the pitching arm, almost like a modified stretch position he is in. No wasted motion as far as his delivery at all. Very smooth.
They're grounded out to short in the 2nd. 3 for 8 now in his career against Gibson. This one back toward the middle of the base hit. Just went down and got it. 1 out single puts a man on for Freeze.
Exactly what we said. To be successful against Gibson, he's going with the pitch. Pretty good sinker.
Went down and got it. It's a changeup.
David worked a 4-pitch walk to lead off the third. So no official AB for him. Ibar off to a pretty good lead already. Take a changeup over to Mauer. Ibar with 11 stolen bases. He's been caught 5 times. He just had 1 bag already today. Featherston got one. That was in the third.
Gibson sensing that the Angels are going to try something, whether it's a straight steal or a hit and run here.
Well, it's that kind of ball game, considering the way both guys have thrown the baseball over the first 4 innings.
And is trying to create a run at this point.
1 ball, no strikes.
Now you got to assume you're going to get a fastball. You might see Eric on the run here now.
Caught the inside corner. Well, that pitch was in off the plate. Not even close.
This fastball runs in and well off the inside corner. Look at the target being set and in the glove being hit by that pitch, but Gibson from Suzuki, that's well off the inside corner.
Freeze rolls it foul, or does it? That's a fair ball. So they get the out at first base. No. They're telling Ibar. Ibar's walking back to first. Third base umpire Mark Wegner called it fair. Unless something just changed here.
Hit off his foot or something.
Paul Molitor's out, so I guess it is a foul ball.
See if he fouls this off his body. No, it looked like he sold it well.
It's not like anybody made an attempt to call it foul.
No.
It's a 1 ball 2 strike count. Caffeine hasn't kicked in yet.
See if this will help Freeze now. Freeze coming in this game, .358 batting average since returning from the disabled list.
Ibar takes off and it's rolled foul just in front of Gary DiSarcina. Eric will head back to first base. Should start him again too. Carlos Perez on deck. 1 out here in the 5th with no score. Hunter played very shallow and right, and I'll check in on Eric again.
Freeze hits a lot of base hits that way. Right field to right center.
Hello.
huge gap in left center field if he gets one of those sinkers in the inner part of the plate that doesn't sink and elevates it.
Ibar doesn't go, and that pitch misses in. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Normally I'd say maybe lean into one of those, but I think Freese has had his share of hit by pitches this year. A long stint on the DL. Eric takes off, and this is a little roller off the foot again.
Eric's just going to stay at second base. Oh, now he's going to walk back now. So they've traveled this path way too many times in this at bat.
Reset and do it again. The 2 balls to 2 strikes. Ibar with a 1-out single up the middle. Freese chases a breaking ball. 2 outs. 5th strikeout for Gibson.
If their number of pitches on the inner part of the plate.
Changeup.
Ends up throwing a nice changeup down and away. Had a good action on it. It was about 20% of his pitches or changeups. 58% fastball, 18 slider, and that's 6% curveball.
Carlos rolled into a double play in the 3rd, so he's 0 for 1. Ibar takes off. The throw down on the shortstop side, and Eric is in there with a stolen base.
2 more stolen bases today. Not a great jump, but a throw to the shortstop side of the base allows Eric to get his hand in there, get up his 12th stolen base in 17 attempts. Keeps his hand on the base. As you can see, all infielders now are trained to just keep that tag applied all the way through the slide.
2nd time today the Angels have had a man in scoring position. The 1 pitch. Carlos rolls it foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Big lead for Ibar at second. The 0-2. Lays off, or did he? Yes, he did.
See if he went on this one. It's real close. Might have crossed the plate on that, but got away with that one.
Lays off the off-speed pitch, evens the count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carlos shoots one out towards center field. Aaron Hicks moves back on. It's underneath it. Puts it away, and the Angels leave a man in scoring position for the 2nd time today. Well, to the bottom of the 5th. Still scoreless.
so far in this game. Andrew Heaney has all 3 pitches working. His slider has been excellent. His changeup, his fastball command and movement, 92, 93, but that's wicked slider has been good against right-handed batters. Down and in so far for Andrew Heaney with 5 punch-outs through 4 innings.
Sano, Plouffe, and Hunter coming up for Minnesota. That is 4, 5, and 6. Miguel Sano, the DH, struck out looking, leading off the second, so he's 0 for 1. First one up and away.
Has he thrown a strike inside with the heater yet? He hasn't, right?
Foul tipped. It's 1-2. Sano from San Pedro de Macorís in the Dominican Republic, and one time the shortstop capital.
That's what I was going to say. Lots of shortstops.
Yeah. 1-2. Breaking ball. Plouffe on deck. Sano goes down swinging. Big hack comes up empty. 1 down. 6th strikeout for Heaney.
Well, Heaney's got a good fastball working. He's hiding the baseball well. The slider to pitch before down and in, followed by a fastball upstairs. Upper part of the strike zone, gets a swing and miss.
Trevor Plouffe grounded out to second. Check that. It was in the second. Moves to short. Broke his bat. One ball, 1 strike. That is yanked foul.
Out in front, all speed pitch. Plouffe having a solid season for the Twins. 56 extra base hits.
He's kind of found his footing, hadn't he? Gave him an opportunity, kind of play some third base. 1-2 pitch, a little bit high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's a pretty good pitch, really.
Skied foul.
And when Plouffe first came up, played some shortstop, some second, played some outfield.
Inconsistent offensively.
Settled in at third base, maybe asked to go back out to the outfield, with Sano potentially taking over that position next year.
2-2. It's a breaking ball. This is full count. Torres on deck. 1 out here in the 5th. 3-2. And he walked him. First base runner of the game for Minnesota. That comes via the free pass. This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. So Heaney for the first time this afternoon will work from the stretch. He'll face Torrey Hunter, who lined down to Trout to end the second.
Hunter's rolled into 11 ground ball double plays.
Oh, 2. 13 in a row retired by Heaney to start the game. His longest such stretch in his brief big league career. Previous longest had been 6 to start a game. Oh, 2. Punch it over to the first base. Crone fires over to Ibar for 1. The relay back to first. A double play. 12th double play turned or hit into by Torrey Hunter.
Well played by C.J. Crone. Fires it over to Eric Ibar to create a 3-6-3 double play. Good swings for the Halos in this game. As far as up the middle approach, Featherston and Eric Ibar. No runs scored against him, but Andrew Heaney has been outstanding. His slider and fastball command has been very, very good. 92-93 with the fastball for Heaney and 5 shutout innings thrown by the lefty today.
Good matchup through 5 innings. Heaney's allowed 1 base runner, and that was via the walk to Plouffe with 1 up, and then got the double play ball. So he's faced the minimum 15. 9-1-2 coming up for the Angels here in the 6th inning. Featherston, Murphy, and Calhoun. Taylor a base hit into center field in his first at bat, and also picked up a stolen base. Looking to strike. Gibson with 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, 2 hits allowed. One ball, 1 strike. Considering how Thursday night played out for both teams, I think both Mike Soch and Paul Mullet are very happy that the starters are still in there and still seemingly under control, especially on a day where you've got to play 2 games, even with the expanded rosters in September. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Angels used 9 pitchers Thursday night, tying an American League record for most pitchers used in a victory in a 9-inning game. It's the second time they had 9 guys working game in the last 11 games. That's down low. Full count. If you're going to use 9, pick up the W.
Yes.
Twins use 6 guys.
A lot of those 1-inning stints.
Three-2 on the way. Featherston fouls it off. Gibson climbing the ladder there, that fastball. Murphy on deck. Featherston gets hit by a pitch. And to run that sinker on the inside part of the plate, and the leadoff man on board for the Angels.
Anytime you try to throw a little two-seam fastball, you drop your elbow, you're going to have that type of action on there. Runs that in. Third battery is hit this season.
Featherston off to a big lead. Murphy at the plate. He's 0 for 2. David struck out in the first inning and grounded out to Dozier in the third.
Check that out. It's the third time Featherston's been hit. 7th batter that Gibson has hit this season.
Do you recall the most guys that you hit in the season? Like the number?
I want to say around 11. Not quite sure.
But with the movement, I mean,
yeah.
Featherston takes off. The hit and run is on. That's a fair ball.
That is perfection on the hit and run.
Featherston on his way to third, and a fan has just interfered with the baseball.
Now, you can still.
They're going to. Bill Miller is pointing to Featherston, and he's saying that he's going to stop at third base.
Especially with the hit and run on.
Yeah.
Because you can award him home.
Absolutely.
It's not automatic. The double, yes. You can award Featherston home plate because he's going. He's just about at second base when that fan touched the baseball.
That's what Mike Scioscia's arguing.
And as far away as Rosario, even though he's got a great throwing arm, as far away as he was from that baseball, Featherston's at least it looks like it's going to be tried to be sent home.
So second and third, nobody out. Murphy picks up his 18th double.
Hit and run on. Just putting it in play. Nice piece of hitting by Murphy. Right down the third base line. And you can see right there as that ball is going against the wall where Featherston is at. Keep in mind, the last time Gibson faced the Angels was pitching pretty well up to the 6th inning. Gave up 4 runs. Could not complete or get an out in the 6th inning against the Angels.
Up and in. Infield's playing back. You're Cole Calhoun. All you got to do is put the ball in play. Pick up a run. But nobody out here in the 6th inning.
Especially with a sinker ball pitcher thinking middle of the field. You get it by the pitcher. That's going to be a run scored.
Plouffe is playing just behind the bag at third base. Cole's 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Takes inside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Again, when you think you're at home, you're watching this game, you think once a fan touches that baseball, it's an automatic double and the runner stops. But because Featherston was going, you can award him home as an umpire. Now, important for the Angels to get these runs home now.
2-0 downstairs. 3-0. There's a guy that's taking his souvenir. Going home now.
Reason why? Because that baseball is in play. If it's in the stands, it's fine. But when you reach over it into play, that's what happens as a fan.
Trout on deck. Here's the 3-0 to Cole. Takes a strike, 3-1.
Cole's going to get another fastball, you would assume, here with Trout on deck, and what Trout has done with the bases loaded this season. And to simplify that approach, if you're Cole Calhoun here.
Left side is open. Escobar shading him up the middle. 3-1 pitch, and it's ball 4, and they're loaded up for Trout.
Do something off speed. Trout on Thursday on a 2-0 pitch. Right center field. Second grand slam of the season, 4th of his career. He's 3 for 4. The base loaded with 2 grand slams this year. And going back to what Gibson did against the Angels back on July 21st. Threw the ball well through the first 5 innings, but then ran into trouble in the 6th. Running into trouble in the 6th inning today.
Mike Scioscia and Bill Miller still talking over that play. Nothing heated, but just having a conversation. Nobody out, bases loaded. Featherston at third base, Murphy at second, Calhoun at first. Infield looking for the double play ball. Mike 0 for 2, a strikeout and a line out to right field. Takes down and away. Trout now 3 for 8 in his career against Gibson. Trout with that grand slam the other night. Now 4 for 6 this year. Pardon me, 3 for 4. His 6 total plate appearances with the bases loaded. Lays off. Didn't go.
So now you got a very similar count now as he had on Thursday.
Paul Molitor doesn't like it. He stood up and was staring over at Stu Schwarwater over at first base. With a doubleheader, they call up an extra umpire. Doug Eddings will call the plate in game 2. And Stu is that guy at first. Two-0 pitch. Trout lines one out to right field. Torrey's there. Tagging is Featherston. Here comes a throw to the plate. It's a good one. Featherston gets the hand in there. 1-0 Angels. Well, yeah. Sac fly for Mike Trout.
Well, did he have a long slide too? He was sliding for quite a while on his stomach before getting that hand on the plate.
Nice throw by Torrey, by the way. The other runners advanced 90 feet.
Yeah, he charged that well. We know that Torrey has a very strong, accurate arm. See how long he's sliding head first. Little Willie Mays Hayes.
Trout picks up his 84th RBI. The sac
fly.
The
tag, getting that hand in, and they're going to walk Pujols now.
Minnesota with action in their bullpen now. Casey Fiend is the first man up. Gibson at 86 pitches. There's Fiend. C.J. Cron will bat with the bases loaded.
It's a good slide, avoiding the tag by Featherston. Mike Trout picking up his 84th RBI on that sac fly. See that slide down there? It starts a little bit earlier just to be able to make sure he avoids the tag from Suzuki. That clear path to the plate given by Suzuki, just getting that hand in before he tags him.
Cron, a ground ball to short and a pop-up just to the left of home plate. That was caught by Trevor Plouffe. 0 for 2. No place to put him. Breaks his bat, rolls one up the first base line, and it goes foul. Fortunately for Minnesota, because otherwise it's a 2-0 lead. No way to turn 2 on that one.
And as a hitter, you want to be patient. You want to find a pitch elevated enough you can get the job done, at the very least with a sac fly. You chase that all-speed pitch out of the strike zone.
Cron 5 for 8 this year with the bases loaded. 8 runs batted in. Murphy at third, Calhoun at second, Pujols over at first base. 1-0. Halos lead it here in the 6th inning with 1 out. Oh, 1 is inside. Fiend ready to go, just looking in from that bullpen. Eric Ibar's on deck. Inning started. A hit by pitch on a 3-2 count to Taylor Featherston. One and 2.
Trying to jam him at the very least. Gibson throwing fastballs in. The last 2 against C.J. Cron.
Suzuki back inside. Crone chops this one to short. Escobar comes in, fires a second for one. Relay back to first, not in time. Run scores, 2-0 Angels. RBI for Crone, his 44th.
So you get 2 runs on outs so far in this inning. Sac fly, now a fielder's choice from C.J. Crone, picking up his 44th RBI, hustling down the line to prevent that double play from being turned.
Runners at the corners now for Eric Ibar. Eric 1 for 2, singled up the middle in the 5th inning.
Keep in mind, Gibson with 7 wild pitches this season. Throwing Eric either changeups or sliders down. So if you're Cole, be ready if you see one pitch in the dirt.
The 1 pitch. That's yanked foul. Hello, Alfredo. Buenos dias.
He said something there that didn't feel the play. Not by me.
No balls, 2 strikes. 2-0 Halos here in the 6th. Calhoun at third. Crone at first. Check in on him. Watch out.
Well up and in. Sometimes when a pitcher will do that, he's going to fall right back something off speed.
This one rolled over to Maurer. He'll take it himself. That's the 3rd out. The Angels had 7 men to the plate. Scored 2 runs. Featherson scoring on the sac fly by Mike Trout. A terrific slide at the plate. And then Crone for the fielder's choice. We head to the bottom of the 6th. 2-0 Halos. 6th inning. I want to remind you that September 27th is Fan Appreciation Day. Join us when the Angels take on the Mariners at 12:35. All fans in attendance will have a chance to win great prizes from Welk Resorts, Yokohama Tire, and Pepsi. Get your tickets at the stadium box office or online. Andrew Heaney back to work here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And it's Eddie Rosario leading things off, showing bunt. He takes ball 1 upstairs. Rosario, Suzuki, and Escobar. 7, 8, and 9 for Minnesota. He's allowed 1 base runner. That was the walk to Plouffe in the 5th inning. This one's out towards center, hit pretty well. Trout racing back on it, still going back. It's over his head. It's off the wall. Rosario easily will get to third base as the ball ricochets back toward right field. Calhoun gets it back in. It's a leadoff triple. First hit of the afternoon for Minnesota, and the 14th triple for Rosario this season.
That's right at that 4-11 sign. Basically right off the 4-11 sign. Trout going back on the baseball, looks up right off the sign, and it gets away from him. Rosario, a triples machine. Cruises in for his 14th of the season.
So a man at third, nobody out. Here's Kurt Suzuki, the catcher, to fly ball to right field in the 3rd inning. Suzuki punches one past C.J. Cron. And Minnesota gets one of those runs back as Suzuki picks up his 48th RBI. It's 2-1 Angels. Well, you were hoping for a shutdown inning considering the way he's thrown the ball so far today. Mislocation.
Upstairs. Yeah, mislocation on that one. Nothing C.J. Cron could do on that. Good visit, though, for Carlos Perez out to Andrew Heaney to slow the game down once again. Still have the lead at this point.
Escobar struck out swinging in the 3rd inning. One of 6 strikeouts for Heaney. Career high is 7, which he set earlier this year against New York.
Right here, have smoke. Back.
0-2 now. Breaking ball did not go.
See if he went on his hard slider down and in. He was able to check his swing.
Suzuki over at first base. Nobody out here in the 6th. Another hard-breaking pitch. Two now. This one's skied out towards center. Playable for Trout. One down. Top of the order now with Aaron Hicks coming to the plate. Oh for 2. Fly ball to center and a strikeout. Leadoff triple by Rosario and a base hit by Kurt Suzuki put Minnesota on the board. Hicks looks at a strike. He's playing back over at third base. Speedy Hicks at the plate. Lays off. 1 ball with strike.
Especially as a leadoff hitter with speed like that, you always have to think in terms he may lay down a bunt.
Not a big lead for Suzuki at first. Hicks fouls it off 1-2. That pitch was up as well. Dozier's on deck. A couple of right-handed batters that he hasn't gotten to chase that slider. That is sharp, as we saw earlier on.
He's getting around that slider. It's more of a loopier type of break to it instead of staying on top where it's a sharp break, especially because he's been very good as far as establishing his fastball inside. You have to commit to that as a hitter.
2-2. Hicks rolls it foul. Got jammed.
See, now ideally for Andrew, he stays on top of that slider. He can get a swing and miss and a slider down and in after establishing that fastball inside.
Hicks reaching for the off-speed pitch, fouls it off into the seats. Astros will be hosting the Oakland A's later on today. Texas will host Seattle. Cleveland hosting the White Sox also later on tonight. Here it's 2-1 Angels in the bottom of the 6th inning. Check swing. Oh, pretty close. Didn't go.
Waiting to see what that would look like if he's going to ring somebody up.
Yeah.
See this time. Oof, well, I think he went on that one. Hands forward, back, crossing the plate.
I don't imagine Kurt Suzuki's on the move here, but you never know. Dozier's on deck.
Pitches thrown 16 so far in this inning for Andrew Heaney. Pretty manageable pitch count at this point.
Suzuki doesn't go. Hicks pops it up. Taylor Featherston calls off C.J. Crone. 2 outs. And now Brian Dozier coming to the plate. Always a dangerous hitter. '66 extra base hits for Dozier this season. 0 for 2 so far today with a pop up to short and a fly ball to left. This one's fouled back. Got it in. Halos in the 7th will have the bottom third of their order coming up, and Freese, Perez, and Featherston. Feed's no longer warming up, so it looks like Gibson probably comes back out. Well, he's at 97 pitches.
You probably try to get one more inning at him, especially with a doubleheader today.
Dozier chops this one to third. Fair ball. Freese has to look back. High throw. Crone keeps the foot on the bag. That's the third out of the inning. The Twins get a run, although Paul Molitor, I think, is going to have that first one at first base looked at. He's asking if the foot came off the bag, but I think the foot came off the bag after he caught the baseball. Take a look at it.
Yeah, that angle looks like he's on the base.
Yeah.
Should be the inning.
Yeah.
Nice job, though, by Andrew Heaney coming back in this inning. That angle. Looks like he's on the base.
No argument for Paul Molitor.
Said great job by Andrew Heaney coming back.
Allows one run on back-to-back hits. We'll head to the 7th. Halo still up 2-1.
Ball is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. On a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast, free quote and see how much you can save. And by Hyundai. Great deals on amazing cars are going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Halos up 2-1, top of the 7th inning. Kyle Gibson is indeed back out on the mound. He'll face Freese, Perez, and Featherston here the 7th for the Angels. Freese rolls over this one toward third base, and it goes foul.
Yeah, David's so good as far as going the other way. Tried to pull that breaking ball.
Freese a walk into third, struck out on a changeup in the 5th. Back up the middle, and there's a leadoff single. Trying to get that pitch in off the plate. Freese is able to fight it off for a single.
the Hyundai key for this game. My way, going where you want to hit the baseball, where Freese is the most successful, is using that middle of the field, going the other way. That's what you have to do. A couple of hits today already for the Halos. Not many of them. 4 of them have been up the middle type approaches.
Caleb Coward takes over as the pinch runner. He'll stay in the game and play third. Second straight inning in which the Angels have had their leadoff man reach. Featherston did it, getting hit by a pitch in the 6th and scored one of the 2 runs. Carlos 0 for 2, a double play ball and a fly ball to center. Off the plate. Twins now have a left-hander in their bullpen. It's Glenn Perkins.
Wasn't much of a stop there for Gibson as he threw that pitch on a slide step, anticipating some type of movement here, hit and run potentially.
Quick throw to first, and if the throw is anywhere near the bag, Coward is easily picked off. Right-handed pitcher, even on a hit and run, you're making sure he's going home first. That's a little jelly leg right there, by the way.
Yeah, it was.
That's a balk move.
Yeah, that old front leg movement. Yep. Definitely.
Pretty good move, though.
It's so difficult for an umpire to see that. I think you have a better chance to home plate umpire than you would be the first base umpire. I guarantee you that bench mentioned about that balk move, so all the umpires out there now are aware of that move.
One-0. Perez cues one foul.
Fredo with some quick hands, looking to turn 2.
Two pitches now for Gibson. 57 strikes. 5 punch outs. 3 occurring in the first inning. He struck out Murphy, Calhoun, and Trout to start the game. 1-1 pitch. That's pulled down the line. Fair ball. Coward will round second. He's going to try to go to third and slips, falls down. The throw goes back to second, and he gets back to the bag. He face planted at second base. Thus never saw the ball.
He's had an interesting time on the bases so far.
I'll tell you what, that's a heads-up play by Rosario in left field to fire it back to second.
Yeah, most times you're just going to get it right in there towards third base. He's going around the base, hits the corner of the base, and then straight down, and then the hands up by Dozier in a quick throw. 15 outfield assists, and he threw that ball across his body and gets away from Dozier, but not far enough away from Maurer, who's backing it up himself. So a lot of different things happen on that play.
Yeah.
But another good swing from Carlos Perez.
Go ahead and catch your breath there, young man.
Especially Nearly was getting picked off at first.
He won't get any grief in the dugout later on. Here's Featherston. First and second, nobody out.
Yeah, this is a bunt scenario right now for Featherston. Freese is going to say, and you pinch around for me?
Yeah,
what?
Exactly. Taylor singled in the third, hit by a pitch in the 6th. Corner infielders looking for a bunt. Shows it. Takes ball 1.
Better. It's out of the strike zone. He tracked that one.
conversation between DiSarcina and Featherston. Murphy, leadoff man, is on deck.
I still think right away he's got to be squaring around the bunt. You got to try to manufacture a run or two this inning.
One ball, one strike.
See how far the hands are spread on the bat there for Featherston. Maybe at that point, bring the hands a little bit closer together, better control for him.
Coward over at second base, the pinch runner. Perez at first.
Well, there's no doubt right now Coward is definitely loose.
Yeah.
Uniform is dirty.
Looks like he's played 7 innings. Been in for 7 minutes.
Trying to get a good secondary lead and jump with this bunt being put down.
The old Butcher Boy pulled it back. Plouffe kind of, he charged, and then as he was backpedaling after he took that pitch, kind of looked at DiSarcina and said, thank goodness he didn't swing. That is the worst feeling as a third baseman.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting that close. And if he hits that ball, that's what you're trying to do, is hit the ball on the ground. If it's hit your way, you're about 20 feet from the batter.
Time is called. Featherston was looking into the dugout. Now he looks at DiSarcina, gets his sign, and settles back in. 2 balls and a strike. Torrey Hunter playing extremely shallow and right.
There's a lot going on in this inning.
Yeah. Showing bunt again. And pushes the bunt on the first base side, and that goes foul. That's a fair ball. Featherston is out. Featherston is out. Bill Miller called it fair.
That's a break.
And that's a sacrifice that will advance the base runners. I don't know what Mauer's arguing. Why'd he pick up the ball so quickly then? Make sure that it's foul first.
Mike Scioscia wants to make sure that Mauer actually tagged him.
Yeah, so he sent Featherston back to first.
This is an extremely interesting inning.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got to let this one roll foul, you would think.
Absolutely, you got to let it roll. If you think it's going to go foul, then make sure it goes foul. That ball's on the chalk, Gooby.
Yeah, it is.
Sorry, that's a fair ball.
It is a fair ball, and now Mike Scioscia wants to know, indeed, if it was a tag applied by Mauer. And it looks like they're calling him out.
Although, yeah, Scioscia called it back. Yeah. No argument. Second and third, 1 out now.
Yeah, I'm surprised Joe fielded that ball. Right down the line. That's right on the chalk.
Yep.
And that tag, look, right on the shin area.
Any part of the chalk, it's a fair ball.
Exactly. And a smile from Featherston. He got the job done.
Infield in for Murphy. Off speed pitch, down and away. Murphy doubled the last time up. And with a left-hander ready to go to the bullpen, Gibson stays in the game. You got back-to-back lefties here with Murphy and Calhoun.
Very important for Murphy to bring a pitch upstairs above the knees to drive it in the air. I think the reason why Paul Molitor has stayed with Gibson here is because with the infield in, a ground ball pitcher, he's hoping to get one of those ground balls at the infield in.
One ball, 2 strikes. Handles up 2-1 here in the 7th with 1 out. 1-2 to Murphy. And he yanks it foul.
Well, he was ready for that down and in breaking ball.
You figure they're going to go back outside.
Have to
take that approach that he had in that hit run, which he snuck that double down the left field line.
And he's got 3 options on the outer part of the plate: the 2-seam fastball, sinker, either his changeup or even go backdoor with his slider.
Back inside, and Murphy bounces one to the right side, smothered by Maury. He throws home safe. RBI, and it is 3-1. Murphy picks up his 43rd run batted in.
I imagine that would be a fielder's choice, so they have not gotten a hit yet with these 3 runs scored.
That's going to be it as Paul Molitor is making his way out. Well, the Angels get that run back, and with Cole Calhoun coming up, Molitor takes the baseball from Kyle Gibson. Ends up throwing 112 pitches, and Glenn Perkins will be coming on in relief for the 7th with 1 out. The Angels leading it 3-1. Parch with runners at first and third base. 1 out. 3 runs in. The Angels leading at 3-1. As they're in and out. Who's in, who's out. Gibson done. Glenn Perkins, the veteran lefty, on in relief. 32-year-old, one-time closer. He's been dealing with back spasms this year. Will face Cole Calhoun. Perkins 2-4 with a 2.68 ERA, 52 games, has 32 saves, 34 last season.
Fastball 92-96, slider, occasional changeup.
Cole, big rip at a fastball. Perkins has allowed a .412 batting average against left-handed batters this year. 21 for 51. He's limited right-handers to a .189 batting average. You see Colin Cowgill pinch running for David Murphy. Colin will stay in the game, play left. Perez, the base runner at third. Cole pops it up, foul territory, racing back is Plouffe and almost makes a terrific play.
I like what Carlos was doing too. He was getting right back to the base. If he's got a slide like that, that's a very difficult throw to home plate as a third baseman. See how far he's got to go to try to track this one down. Going to go into a slide. Good effort by Plouffe.
Cole fouls it back. Lost the handle of the bat. Halos 2 back in the second wild card spot, 4.5 back in the West. Texas hosting Seattle tonight. Houston hosting Oakland. Sonny Gray. Scott Kazmir at Minute Maid Park tonight. And of course the Twins a game up on the Angels. 0-2. Call strike 3 right down the pike. 2 outs.
Right down the heart of the plate, a pitch that Cole, when he's ready for it, is going to drive very well, especially with the guy on third.
Third strikeout for Calhoun this afternoon, and another pitching change upcoming as Perkins gets his job done. And with Trout due up, Paul goes back out to the pen. Another pitching change. We're the 7th. 2 outs now. The Angels up 3-1. Paul Molitor and the Twins with 2 outs and runners still at first and third. Casey Fiend, the right-hander, comes in for the 57th time this year. 4-6 record, 3.45 ERA, 57 1/3 innings, 54 hits. He struck out 35, and he's walked 7. And he's here to face Mike Trout.
Fastball 91 to 95, slider, cut fastball. Between his cut fastball and fastball, he throws about 93% of his pitches will be a fastball.
Trout 0 for 3 in his career against Fiend. He's 0 for 2 this afternoon with a sac fly. First pitch, fastball for strike. Trout picked up his 84th RBI in the 6th inning. At that point, giving the Angels a 1-0 lead. Cowgill back. Perez over at third base. One ball, one strike. .95-mile-per-hour fastball.
That's going to try to go back upstairs with another fastball.
Here's the 1-2. Way outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Slightly overthrown fastball there.
The always agile Kurt Suzuki behind the plate. Long top of the 7th. Trout the 6th man to bat here. All started with David Freese and his base hit up the middle. Two. Calgill takes off. Trout fouls it off. Calgill with a pretty good jump from first. Big lead again for Colin. Another 2-2. Fouled back.
Much better swing on that one.
David Murphy with an RBI in the fielder's choice to extend the Angels lead to 3-1 as Trout backs out for second. Calgill goes. Trout takes upstairs. No throw. Full count with runners at second and third.
Third stolen base of the game for the Angels.
Three-two pitch. Trout fouls it off. Albert's on deck. Good numbers in his career against Fiend. 3 for 4. Andrew Heaney looking on.
Sitting on that bench for quite some time.
Yeah. Minnesota. You figure that Heaney will come back out for the 7th. Mauer, Sano, and Plouffe, at least for Joe Mauer, you would think.
Been sitting for 25 minutes so far. You wouldn't mind sitting a little bit longer with the base hit now, though.
Perez at third, Calgill at second. A full count with 2 outs. Both of these base runners belong to Gibson. Fiend happy with the sign. 3-2, called strike 3. Now looking. So the Angels with 2 on and 1 out have Calhoun and Trout go down looking at a stretch time. And the Halos lead at 3-1. 4 and 5 coming up from Minnesota. You can follow the Angels all season long, the rest of the season anyway, with MLB.com at bat. #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment. At any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet today. Andrew Heaney, 84 pitches, 57 have been strikes, 6 punch outs, 1 walk, 2 hits allowed to face Mauer, Sano, and Plouffe. Cowher stays in the game in third. Cal Gillen left. First pitch swinging is Mauer.
That's back-to-back games, although didn't play yesterday. Thursday's game swinging in the first pitch. It was exactly the same thing as third at bat.
Mauer this afternoon, a strikeout in the first and a fly ball to left in the fourth. 0-2. Joe, part of 2 big plays in the top of the 7th inning. The bunt that he picked up by Taylor Featherston, tagging him out, and then diving for a ball and coming home on the throw as opposed to taking the out at second. It worked out for the Twins, and that the Angels didn't score beyond that 1 run. Murphy got credited with an RBI. So Gibson gets charged with 3 runs, all earned, his 6 1/3. One-two pitch upstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Angels do have action in their bullpen, with Sano due up next, right-handed batter, and then Plouffe after that, another righty. Trevor Gott's loosening.
I think it's more of a 1-batter inning here for Andrew Heaney. So he's going to go to the bullpen from that point.
2-2 pitch. Foul back. Mauer lays off the breaking ball. And a full count.
I think right now for Andrew, just throw that fastball right on the outside corner. Challenge him with a fastball.
Walked him. Not even close. Leadoff man is on board. Here comes Mike Sosham. That's the second walk issued by Heaney in his last of the afternoon. So a pitching change here at the bottom of the 7th inning with nobody out. Trevor Goss coming in. 3-1 Halos.
In the 7th inning,
Taylor Featherston gets that bunt down. Joe Mauer feels that bunt, allowing 2 runners to get into scoring position. That ball had a chance of rolling foul, but it stayed right on the edge of the chalk. Featherston gets that sacrifice bunt down. Eventually one of those runners scored for the Halos to expand on that lead to 3-1 here.
Andrew Heaney departs with a man at first base as he walked Joe Mauer to start the 7th, thus bringing up the tying run in Miguel Sano. That's who Trevor Gott will face as his first batter. Gott pitched in Thursday night's game, went 2 scoreless innings, and he faced Sano and got him hit a fly ball to left. 40th game for Gott this year, 2-2 record, and a 2.72 earned run average. 19 strikeouts, 12 walks in 39 2/3 innings. Sano against Heaney 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. First one inside. And that is hammered to left center field, and we are tied at 3. Sano with a 17th home run of the season. Clears the bases. And how big are those runs that the Angels left on the board in the 7th look now?
I still think when Andrew Heaney looks back on this game as he continues to mature, he threw the ball very, very well in this game. That walk to Joe Mauer, because head of the count, tried to make that perfect pitch. You're almost better off challenging, especially when you got Sano coming up in a very good fastball hitter. And it missed that fastball, was down, and it was 95, and then went way out.
For Sano, that's his 17th home run of the season, now with 49 runs batted in. And here's Trevor Plouffe. Sano with the curtain call. One ball, one strike. Plouffe, a ground down in the 2nd inning and a walk in the 5th. And he lines this one to left, a base hit. Here comes Mike Butcher. A leadoff walk to Mauer. Brought up that tying run, Heaney's last batter. And that was a no-doubter by Miguel Sano.
See, there's 2 bullpens that cleared to go up to that 2nd deck here, Target Field. It's a long way.
Torrey Hunter at the plate 0 for 2. Fly ball to center field and a double play ball in the 5th. Takes down and in. And Gott's got to get these guys off the fastball by throwing something else. Torrey grounded out against Gott Thursday night. Plouffe takes off. Torrey lines one beyond the reach of Ibar. Hit and run. Plouffe will end up at third base, and the Twins have runners at first and third with nobody out. So Gott has come in, giving up a home run and back-to-back singles. Action quickly now, the Angels bullpen. Cesar Ramos getting ready.
It's amazing when you have that momentum shift, when you don't add on in an inning, how that opponent feels much better coming back
and hitting. When you're only down by 2, you're one swing away with a runner on, and that's exactly what happened.
Very surprised to see Calhoun and Trout both take called strike threes on pitches right down the middle with men in scoring position. Comes back to haunt. That coupled with Gott coming in and not being able to close the door here. Rosario tripled his last time up, 1 of 2 hits allowed by Heaney, and he shoots one down the left field line. This one toward the corner, and it slices foul. It's 3:39 at the left field foul pole. Oh, 1 count again. Gott. Everything's been firm. Not a whole lot of movement on his pitches. And the Twins have been swinging the bats well against through the 3 batters so far. Aiming on that swing by Rosario. Infield's playing in. Plouffe at third, Hunter at first. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Locked him up.
Ideally, you would love to get a punch out, then you have Suzuki come up, potentially get a ground ball double play. You need a punch out right now.
Ground ball towards second. Featherston has it. Flips it to Ibar for 1. Plouffe not going on contact. Stays at third. 1 out. So the double play still in order. Nice play by Taylor to look back Plouffe and then get that lead run over at second base.
Very under control. Solid play. Hit well. Great at Featherston. Under control. Get that force out at second. Now it looks like now the middle infielders be able to play in that double play depth for Mike Scioscia.
Kurt Suzuki 1 for 2, an RBI single, punched one past Crone in the 6th inning. His 48th RBI.
Rosario with decent speed, 11 stolen bases.
Shows bunt. It's a safety squeeze. Gott has it, flips it. Perez out at home. Boy, Trevor had some issues getting the ball out of the glove. Bill Miller rings up Plouffe for the 2nd out.
Well, Paul Molitor's going to look at that one real quick. Yeah, it had a tough time getting a grip on that baseball. Quick tag, though, by Carlos Perez. Safety squeeze, not the full suicide squeeze. Looks like he got him. Nice tag. See that tag being applied on the shoulder before Plouffe is able to get his hand on the home plate.
So 2 outs, runners at first and second now. And it's Eduardo Escobar, the shortstop, that's at the plate. Struck out in the 3rd. A fly ball to center in the 6th inning. Up and in. Cole deep in right field. Cowgill and Trout both playing shallow. And left and in center. Rosario with terrific speed is the base runner at second. He represents the go-ahead run. It's a 3-3 tie here in the 7th. 1-1.
All right, so what? Here we go.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Up and away. Ramos is sat down. Mike Morin is now loosening. The Twins have Trevor May getting ready, the right-hander. Taylor's in the 8th. Have Pujols, Crone, and Ibar due up. Two balls, 2 strikes. 2-2 now. Jammed him, fouls it off. Leadoff man Aaron Hicks on deck. Escobar, the 7th man to bat here in the 7th inning for Minnesota. 2-2 outside, full count, and now you're just giving the base runners a head start. With 2 outs, they'll take off on the pitch. Rosario from second, Suzuki from first. 3-2, got him swinging. Down goes Escobar. And Gott, after giving up the home run, at least limits the damage. We'll head to the 8th. It's a 3-3 tie.
Tied up at 3. What a tense bottom of the 7th we had there. And we got a small crowd here at Target Field, but you can really feel the tension with so much on the line. I'm Patrick O'Neill. Hope you stick around after this game for our Angels Live postgame. I'd love to tell you precisely what we're going to have on the show, but so much is yet to be determined with this game tied up. Trevor Gott, of course, Andrew Heaney. I just want to mention, as he came off and was in the dugout, incredibly frustrated, having lost that important Joe Mauer at bat. He went and he slammed his glove down on the bench and went down into the dressing room to possibly let his frustrations out down there. But Mark and Victor, I think that's exactly what you want to see in a young pitcher like Andrew Heaney. He was great today.
Yeah, a solid outing for him. Gets charged with the 2 runs in his 6 innings plus 1 batter. And Gott gives up the home run, but nothing more than that. Trevor May takes over on the mound, 8-9, a 4.14 ERA, 16 starts out of the 43 games that he has pitched this season, facing Albert Pujols. Albert swinging first pitch, fouls it back. A 25-year-old from Washington State, Phillies 4th-round pick in 08.
Yeah, his fastball made 92 to 95 range, slider, curve, solid changeup.
Albert 1 for 1 in his career against May with a double. Cuts through that fastball, and it's 0-2. Albert is 0 for 2. Fly ball to center. Ground ball to short and an intentional walk. The 0 for 22 now is the longest 0 for of his career. And 0 for 21 in April of 2012. Fouls that back. The ball that he hit out to center field, though, in the 2nd inning, took Hicks to the wall in left center. But it stayed in the ballpark. Breaking pitch down low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. May came over from the Phillies in the Ben Revere trade. Pitched 10 games last year, 9 starts, and had an ERA of 7.88 for Minnesota. 1-2 pitch. Albert pulls this one to the left side. Plouffe with a diving stop. Low throw, dug out by Bauer. 1 out.
Good range by Plouffe to be able to get to that baseball and a good scoop by Mauer. He's playing right down the line to preventing double. Gets up quickly, didn't that low throw, but scooped very well by Mauer at first base.
1 out, nobody on for Crone. CJ hitless today, 0 for 3. Did pick up an RBI on the fielder's choice in the 6th. 44th run batted in. Looking to strike. Two outs. Brings up Eric Ibar. These are the games being played later on. The most important for the Angels anyway. The Astros hosting the Oakland Athletics. Kazmir and Sonny Gray. Texas hosting Seattle. Cleveland will be hosting the White Sox. Eric 1 for 3 today with a base hit in the 5th. May the third reliever used by Paul Molitor. Glenn Perkins, Casey Feen all only faced 1 batter each, and they both got the strikeouts. 0-2. Three straight breaking balls to Eric Ibar. Rolls this one foul. Minnesota has the top of its order coming up in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hicks, Dozier, and Mauer. Lifted down the line, slicing out of play. Both teams with 3 runs, both teams with 5 hits. The Angels have stranded 6. Twins have left 3 on base. Angels today 0 for 7 with men in scoring position.
Some chances to really open up that lead a couple times.
Downstairs. Ibar fouls it back. Went away with a fastball. Two outs and nobody on here in the 8th. 1-2 pitch. Ibar fouls it back.
Really important at bat for Eric Ibar, not only just to get on base somehow because he makes an out here. You have 7, 8, and 9 hitting in the 9th inning. You want to give an opportunity for that top of the order to get back up at some point. So get on base, especially with Coward and his power, maybe able to hook one down the right field line himself.
Eric hits one sharply to Dozier in second. Halos go down in order here in the 8th. Right to the bottom of the inning. It's a 3-3 tie. Strongest fan voted a hashtag West Data Strong Fan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast, and it's brought to you by T-Mobile. 3-3 tie, bottom of the 8th inning. Fernando Salas takes over on the mound to face the top of the order. Fernando pitching in his 64th game, 3-2 record, a 4.37 ERA, 67 strikeouts, 9 walks in 57 and 2/3 innings. Salas went 2/3 of an inning. Thursday night gave up 2 hits and 1 strikeout, 1 run. It was unearned. Aaron Hicks will spin around to hit from the left side. The center fielder's 0 for 3. Popped out to Featherston in his last at bat. Bunt, and that is a fair ball. Tried to pull the bat back. I think that was an accidental bunt there as he saw that pitch going down and away. The Angels will take the out.
Nice play by Carlos Perez. Quickly get in a catch position. Stayed in that dirt area, quickly gets out and a throw to first. As you can see, some shadows starting to work its way towards home plate now.
12 o'clock local time start. Approaching the 3 o'clock hour as Dozier rolls it foul. Dozier 0 for 3. Pop up to short, a fly ball to left, and a ground ball to third. Trevor Gobb, 1 inning, 3 hits, including the home run to Sano, 1 run. And Dozier hits one out toward deep left field. Calgill racing back near the wall, leaps up, and it goes off his body. Dozier on his way to second with a double. Fortunately, it stays in the ballpark. 36th double now for Dozier.
Yeah, extra base machine this year, Dozier, for the Twins. 67 extra base hits. Right down the line. Calgill jumps up, fortunate off its body, and keeps it close to him.
So Mauer will bat with a man in scoring position of 1 out. Leadoff walk in his last plate appearance. So for 2 this afternoon. Featherston out in shallow right field. Ibar shading toward the middle. Salas goes off speed pitch. What a what?
A close Calgill came to make an unbelievable play. Baseball just over his glove. Baseball off the wall, off his body. Keeps it right there to make sure Dozier doesn't get a triple.
Two balls, 1 strike. Mauer looks at a strike to even a count. Kevin Jepson now getting ready for Minnesota. There's Jepper. Closing games for Minnesota.
It's not a nice job for him last time out, though. A safe situation against the Tigers. Yeah. Struggled.
Sano on deck. 2-2 now to Mauer. He shoots one foul.
Conversation with Ferragamo and Carlos Perez with Fernando Salas.
Dozier with a one-out double in scoring position. Represents the go-ahead run. 2-2 count on Bauer. Goes down swinging, 2 outs. And here comes Sano, and now you have the opportunity to walk him.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to walk him here. His fastball two-seamer had some running action.
Monster home run for Sano in the 7th inning to tie this game up at 3. He'll take a chance at Trevor Plouffe, who's on deck. Intentional walk meets with disapproval here.
Well, after that swing he had, I don't blame Mike Scioscia for doing so. I mean, that's over both bullpens and well out second deck.
It's Trumbo territory. And there's ball 4.
Back in that 7th inning, this is the reason why you got the intentional walk. Fastball, 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Gott. Look how far that baseball went for Sano. His 17th home run, and that's his 65 games played, appeared in, I should say, for Sano.
It's his first intentional walk as a major leaguer. 2 on 2 outs. Trevor Plouffe, the third baseman, up. Plouffe had a base at the left field in the 7th. A 1-for-2 game, also walked. Dozier at second, Sano at first. No walk.
Upper part of the strike zone away.
Handles in the 9th have the bottom third of its order coming up. Cowart, Perez, and Featherston to face Kevin Jepson. Handles with 5 hits. The Twins with 6. A well-pitched ball game, especially by the 2 starters, Gibson and Heaney. Kyle eventually lasted 6 1/3, gave up 3 runs. Heaney went 6 innings, gave up 2. Just missed inside. 2 balls and a strike. Like Scioscia opting to walk Miguel Sano. He's in the Twins RBI leader, Trevor Plouffe. 80 runs batted in. 9-game hitting streak now. There's a strike to even the count at 2-2.
Scioscia certainly has known Plouffe for a long time. You see this fastball getting that call a little bit off the outside corner. Scioscia's son Matt and Trevor Plouffe played together in high school back at Crespi.
Two pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Plouffe. And the strategy works. We head to the 9th. Still tied at 3. Coming up, this of course a very big series. Every game the rest of the way for the Angels a very big game. But this is the first game of a doubleheader, the second game of a 4-game series. Minnesota ahead of the Angels by a game in the wild card standings. The Angels 2 back of Houston, 4.5 back of the Rangers. And that's why you're seeing pretty much the starters. You will more than likely see the same lineup for both teams going in game 2, which isn't usually the case during a regular season, but now that both teams are in a crunch time.
Amazing how every game is so important. So many teams vying for 1 or 2 potential playoff spots. May see by the end of the year an extra game played as a play-in to get into that wild card game.
Kevin Jepsen pitching in his 70th game, picked up on the or at the July 31st non-waiver trade deadline from the Tampa Bay Rays. 3-6 at 2.59 ERA with 12 saves. Caleb Coward is going to lead things off. He pitched ran for David Freese in the 7th inning. First plate appearance for Caleb in this ball game. 186 hitter, 8 for 43 with 2 doubles, a home run, and 4 RBIs. Takes a fastball for a strike.
Gibson got that good fastball, 93 to 97. Curveball, changeup.
One ball, one strike. Kevin had a terrific month of August. Had 4 saves, a 1.32 ERA. Given up 3 runs, 7 1/3 so far in September. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
One thing we've always remembered from Jepsen is he does pitch away a lot. So if you're a hitter, you look out over the plate. Well, right now with those shadows crossing home plate and Jepsen in the sunshine with that power fastball, it's tough to look any part of the plate at this point.
Coward goes down swinging, 1 out.
Fastball away on cue. Most times with Jepsen, he'll go fastball away.
Carlos Perez, a 1 for 3 game with a single in the 7th. Chopper toward the hole. Gloved by the shortstop Escobar, and Carlos legs out his 2nd hit. Nice play by Escobar to get to that baseball.
That's some serious range. Backhand into the outfield grass and a long throw across the diamond, but Carlos Perez beats it out. Another 2-hit performance, and then they will pinch run for him. I was wondering if Mike Scioscia was going to do that.
Featherston's being called back too, it looks like. Oh, now he called back for a second, but Daniel Robertson takes over at first base as the pinch runner. Carlos finishes the afternoon going 2 for 4. Iannetta will catch in the bottom of the 9th. Now Featherston is called back.
This game by Carlos Perez once again.
David DeJesus is going to pinch hit here. Featherston clearly not happy about coming out of the game. Ends up going 1 for 1 with a single, a hit by a pitch, and a sac bunt. DeJesus with the Angels, 6 for 53. He's 1 for 13 as a pinch hitter. Robertson with a big lead at first base. DeJesus hits a fly ball to center. First pitch swinging. 2 outs. And now Matt Joyce to pinch hit for Colin Cowgill. So the Angels now really no Murphy, no Calgill. Featherson's out of the lineup.
Freeze out of the lineup.
Freeze is out of the lineup. Not sure I agree with pinch hitting to Jesus and or Joyce in these situations. But it is what it is. Joyce at 176 this year. 1 for 11 as a pinch hitter this season.
Facing the guy he was traded for.
Calgill never gets a plate appearance today. Break the ball for a strike. Jepson's never really been good at holding base runners. So if you're Robertson, you figure you're going at some point.
Yeah, especially
with this combination.
Yeah, Suzuki's had a tough time throwing out would-be base stealers this year.
Joyce, high fly ball to right. Torres underneath it. Handles are down here in the ninth. One to the bottom of the ninth inning. Still tied at 3. A couple of defensive changes for the Angels. Ryan Jackson now at second base. New left fielder is Robertson. He stays in the game, and then Chris Iannetta is behind the plate. So Robertson stays in the game, and he will bat eighth. Iannetta comes into the game, and he will bat in that leadoff spot, which is the spot that just concluded with the Joyce fly ball to right field. Fernando Salas back out on the mound to work his second inning of relief. And a couple of base runners on in the eighth inning, but struck out Trevor Plouffe to keep it a 3-3 tie. He's got Torrey Hunter, Eddie Rosario, and Kurt Suzuki here in the bottom of the ninth inning. The Angels with the pinch hitting of DeJesus and Calgill, or I should say Joyce for Calgill. Cleared some guys off the bench. Torrey, a big rip trying to finish this one off. Keep it count at 1-1. He's 1 for 3 this afternoon. And his 20th home run on Thursday. Now 11 seasons with 20 or more home runs in his career. 1-1 pitch. Check swing foul, 1-2.
Great location, 92-mile-an-hour fastball staying away, utilizing the bigger part of the yard. It's a right-handed batter, a dangerous one in these moments. Torrey Hunter.
Torrey goes down swing. What a nasty pitch down and in. 1 out.
Look like a changeup. Good one from Salas after the fastball away. Yeah, great changeup, great action on that pitch. Even if Torrey makes contact, he's going to pull that one foul.
Eddie Rosario due up. Mike Scioscia's going out to the mound. That's going to be it for Salas. A pitching change with 1 out in the ninth, still tied at 3. And a third, 1 hit, 1 intentional walk. And it's Jose Alvarez coming into the ballgame for the 55th time this year. 4-3 mark and a 3.73 ERA. To face the left-hand hitting Eddie Rosario. The left fielder's 1 for 3. Tripled and scored in the 6th inning. Hold 1. One. Rosario pulls one towards second. Jackson has it on 1 hop.
Tough little in between hop too. As always, when you get in the game, the baseball will always seem to find you. Not an easy play for Jackson.
Kurt Suzuki up 1 for 3 game. No balls and a strike. Halos have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols due up in the 10th inning. Nobody warming up for Minnesota, so it looks like Kevin Jepson come back out for his 2nd inning of work.
Something he didn't do a whole lot of when he was with the Angels.
Good off-speed pitch. 0-2.
Never was real comfortable going back out for the 2nd inning. It's important now for Alvarez to get him back out there for a 2nd inning.
Another off speed, misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Quick pitched him. Not close. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Suzuki hits one out the left, playable for Robertson. Free baseball here in Minneapolis. We will head to the 10th, tied at 3. Calhoun to lead things off. He'll be followed by Mike Trout and Albert Pujols against Kevin Jepsen. Jepsen had himself a fairly easy 9th inning. Gave up the single to Carlos Perez, but nothing more. Longest outing of the year for Kevin Jepsen this season, an inning and a third. That was on April 29th. The 1-inning guy. For a total of 8 pitches in the 9th.
A little bit of movement down in the bullpen now for the Twins.
Off speed pitch. Cole cuts through it. It's a 0-1 count. Cole 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts and a walk. Home plate area in the shade. The mound in the sunshine. There's a good look at it.
Always a huge advantage for the pitcher in these situations, especially if you could throw firm like Jepsen can.
You figure the off-speed stuff becomes more effective for you.
Yeah, because you can't read the rotation and the spin of the baseball, the seams.
0-2 pitch upstairs. A ball and 2 strikes. Cole 1 for 1 in his career against Jepsen. The 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Overthrowing his fastball. I bet he comes back with a changeup now. He's going back with another fastball.
Full count. Trout's never faced Jepsen. Pujols 1 for 1. So back outside, huh? Payoff pitch. Cole hits one out towards center. Got jammed. Hicks comes in and will make the catch. 1 out.
Mislocation on that fastball, too. Wanted to go fastball away. It was on the inner half of the plate, and he jammed him. The Angels have not scored a run on a hit today. So maybe it's time for Mike Trout to take the lead right here with one swing.
0 for 3 so far. Had a sac fly in the 6th inning. Picking up his 84th run batted in. Takes a breaking ball low. Multi-homer game on Thursday night, including his 2nd slam of the year. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Going to try a couple curveballs so far.
And that is hit well out toward left center field. Aaron Hicks racing over, and he will track it down as he steps out of the track. Hicks was shading Trout the opposite way, so he had a long way to go. 2 down.
Between him and Buxton, there's some serious coverage in the outfield, in center field for Minnesota. You see how far he's playing him to hit the ball to right center field, and look how far he's got to go, track it down. Even had to slow down to run that one down.
So 2 outs, nobody on for Albert, who's 0 for 3. Last time Jepson worked 2 innings was last year, June 29th at Kansas City. He's only done it 4 times in his career. The 1-0 outside. 2 balls and no strikes. Angels offense has gone dormant. He scored the 1 run in the 7th, had runners at 1st and 3rd with 1 out. Calhoun struck out looking, and then it became 2nd and 3rd with 2 outs, and then Trout struck out looking. At that point, the Angels had a 3-1 lead. Sano tied it up with a 2-run blast in the 7th. 2-0. Popped up. Dozier backpedaling out. And we'll head to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 3. 2 of this doubleheader. We are in the bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 3. Jose Alvarez back down on the mound. He's going to face Escobar, Hicks, and Dozier, 9-1-2. Alvarez retired the last 2 batters of the ninth from Rosario and Suzuki. Escobar, switch hitter, spins around, hit from the right side. He's 0 for 3 today. A couple of strikeouts and a fly ball to center field. Garrett Richards and Mike Pelfrey, 2 starters in game 2. Escobar's hit 272 from the right side compared to the 261 from the left. Two 2-0. Foul back, 2-2. Almost got Hicks in the on-deck circle. While ricocheting off of Iannetta.
Not a whole lot of room between home plate and then on-deck circles here.
Two now. Swing and a miss. Down goes Escobar. 1 down.
With a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Upper part of the strike zone to get a big swing and miss.
Good off-speed pitch. Hicks an 0 for 4 afternoon. From another one.
Definitely a little bit further away.
Brian Dozier on deck. Downstairs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Mike Morin ready to go in the bullpen for the Angels. Blaine Boyer getting ready now for Minnesota. Jepson done after his 2 innings. The 1-2 pitch. Hicks just got a piece of it. Keeps his at-bat alive. All the scoring between these 2 teams happened in the 6th and 7th innings. 2 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th for the Angels. 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th for Minnesota. Miguel home run off of Trevor Gott. But nobody on the 7th, tying it up. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
A lot of base runners in those 2 innings, the 6th and 7th for the Angels, even though they did score a combined 3. Could have been a little bit more than that. A little more breathing room.
Sent 7 men to the plate in the 6th inning, 6 in the 7th. Full count. So from 0-2 to a 3-2 count. Not the guy you want to put on base ahead of Dozier. Hicks with very good speed.
More likely you're going to make a pitching change. You're going to bring a right-handed pitcher in. A little easier to try to steal a base as compared against a left-handed pitcher.
3-2. Bouncer back to the mound. Over the head of Alvarez. Ibar has it. Throws out Hicks. 2 outs.
This play by Eric. Had to come in on that baseball. Needed that arm strength to throw out Hicks at first. By a half a step. Batting to the left side. That's probably going to be an infield hit, but batting to the right side a little bit slower, going to first base.
Alvarez stays in the game to face Dozier. Doubled his last time up. That was in the 8th. At the inside corner. Little surprise, could be.
With the leading home run hitter on the team, batting from the right side. Definitely. I know you have Mauer on deck, but you can't even worry about Mauer, especially with the power to Dozier and all the extra base hits he has hit this season.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Well, when you look at raw numbers, Dozier with 7 home runs versus left-handed pitching as compared to 20 versus right-handed pitching.
4 of the 5 that Alvarez has given up again to right-handers. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the 10th. 2-2. The Angels in the 11th have Crone, Ibar, and Cowart due up. And Robertson, Iannetta, Jackson after that. Dozier hits one into the shift. That's Ryan Jackson. And a 1-2-3 inning for Alvarez. We continue play here in Minnesota. It's the 11th. We're tied at 3.
The runner on third. Fielder's choice. Joe Mauer goes to home on a ground ball by David Murphy. At that point, giving the Halos a 3-1 lead. But Miguel Sano with 1 on hits a mammoth 2-run home run. Trevor Gott to tie the game up at 3. That's where we're at right now here in the top of the 11th.
Blaine Boyer takes over on the mound, the 34-year-old. He's pitching now in his 62nd game. 3 full record And a 2.41 ERA his first year with Minnesota. Was with the Padres last year. Crone will look at a strike.
Boyer's fastball's 90-94. Slider. It's all right there. Curveball, changeup.
Georgia native. Braves third-round pick in 2000. It's for the Braves, the Cardinals, Diamondbacks, Mets, Padres, and now the Twins. 1 ball, 1 strike on C.J. Crone. 0 for 4. To pick up an RBI on a fielder's choice in the 6th. Turn on the lights. One-two pitch. Crone grounds it to the right side. Maurer knocks it down, gets up, flips it over to Boyer, and there's the first out. Zybar comes up. 6 in a row retired by Twins pitching. As a matter of fact, since the fielder's choice by David Murphy in the 7th inning. With 1 out, the Angels have had 1 base runner. That was the single by Perez in the 9th. Eric 1 for 4 with a base hit. This one out toward left field. Rosario moving over. 2 outs. So it's Caleb Cowart now. Struck out at his first plate appearance. That was against Jefferson, leading off the 9th. Off the plate. Evans counted a ball and a strike. Oh, that went off of Bill Miller. Suzuki couldn't glove it.
He's setting up away with the fastball, and that ball cut all the way across the inside corner.
Chopper toward the middle. Dozier to his right. Off balance throw. The Angels go down in order for the 2nd consecutive inning. We're hitting the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 3. Of the 11th inning, it's Mauer, Sano, and Plouffe. Alvarez has gone an inning and a third so far. One strikeout. Might be just a one-batter situation here with Mauer at the plate. The mound is just about fully engulfed in the shade now, so both the mound and the home plate area. Mauer 0 for 3 today with a walk and a run scored. He cuts through the first one. 0-1 count. Breaking ball rolled over. Cron's got it. Feeds Alvarez. One down.
This is Mike Scioscia.
He's got to go to the bullpen. Bring the right-hander in to face Sano. One out here in the bottom of the 11th inning. And a 3-3 tie. Sano coming up to face Mike Moore, and of course important series for the Angels before heading down to Houston to start a 3-game set on Monday. The Angels took game 1 on Thursday, postponement last night, forcing a doubleheader. A little free baseball here in game 1. Game 2 scheduled to start at 6 o'clock Central Time. That's 4 o'clock back home. Garrett Richards against Mike Pelfrey in the second game. There's still work to be done. Here's Mike Moore pitching in his 38th game. This is what Sano did back in the 7th inning. It tied the score up. It was a 2-run blast off Trevor Gott, made it a 3-3 tie.
Well, he's extremely quick on a fastball. Even though that was 95, it was down in the strike zone. Sano does not miss that pitch downstairs.
Takes a strike. Moore in 2-1. 6.18 ERA, 27 2/3 innings, 34 strikeouts, and 8 walks. Went an inning and a third Thursday night. Breaking pitch rolled foul. That inning and a third too was early as he relieved Hector Santiago in the first inning.
Picked up the W in that game.
He struck out Sano on the changeup to end the second inning. Last batter that he faced. Fastball lifted foul and out of play.
We went first pitch slider, second pitch changeup, then fastball. And you got your one fastball out of the way now. I think you try to expand the strike zone to something off speed in the dirt.
Or the old Bugs Bunny changeup.
Yes, indeed.
Fastball got him looking. Down goes Sano.
Like we said, throw a fastball in the outside corner at 95.
Maybe he was looking for that off-speed pitch.
Now you look at all the scouting reports, a lot of off speed from Mike Morin, but there he paints a fastball, a perfect pitcher's pitch, right on the outside corner, just touching the knees.
2 outs, bases cleared. Trevor Plouffe up. The Angels in the 12th have Robertson, Iannetta, and Jackson. 8, 9, and 1. Plouffe takes outside. Twins third baseman 1 for 3 with a single in the 7th. Boyer had a quick 11th inning, so he'd be back out for the 12th. Slider for a strike, evens the count. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, and 7 left on for the Angels. 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 5 left on for Minnesota. Plouffe, Tardy, fouls it off to the right, 1-2. On that fastball.
Morin's had a good fastball of late. Feeling much better. Mechanics, fluid. Now you try that slider off the outside corner. That changeup stayed up and in.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
This is changeup where he has a little cut action on it against right-handed batters. Might have gotten a swing at that pitch before, but since he had back-to-back changeups, read the speed of the pitch Plouffe did against Mike Morin.
Torrey Hunter on deck. 2-2 now. Down goes Plouffe as he chases the breaking ball. And a 1-2-3 inning for the Angels. We'll head to the 12th, tied at 3. Robertson to lead things off here gets Blaine Boyer. First plate appearance for Robertson, took over as a pinch runner for Carlos Perez. That was in the 9th inning. .288 this year with 7 runs batted in. Plouffe playing in and toward the line at third. Slow roller bobbled by Dozier, and a gift for the Angels in what should have been the first out. Dozier commits his 7th error.
A little bit different spin. Usually so reliable at second. Kind of looked over right away at Mauer at first, took his eye off the baseball.
So Chris Iannetta will bat for the first time. 185 hitter this year. 9 doubles, 9 home runs, and 32 runs batted in. No sacrifices for Chris Iannetta. Mike Scioscia has never really asked him to sacrifice.
I don't think you sacrifice here at all. You may have a hit and run put on.
And a wild pitch will put the man in scoring position.
That's much better.
Back-to-back gifts. Now it's capitalizing on those gifts.
Setting up away, but overthrown. Very similar to the pitch the inning before when it hit Bill Miller on the leg. Couldn't quite reach out and get that fastball 90 miles an hour well off the plate. Now
2 balls, no strikes.
Now at the very least, if you're Chris Iannetta, you've got to hit something to the right side of the field. Had a tough time catching that one again. Going back for Chris Iannetta against Boyer. July 21st, Chris Iannetta with a big fly against him over the 390 sign. Does Mike Scioscia give Iannetta the green light here?
Ryan Jackson on deck. 3-0 pitch. And he draws the walk. So 2 on. Nobody out. Jackson coming up. First plate appearance for Ryan. Hitless as an Angel. 0 for 9. But he does have 3 sacrifices. Ryan squares around, and he drops the ball on the first base side. Boyer's got it. Sacrifice advances. Robertson to third. Iannetta to second.
Now that was well done by Ryan Jackson. Deaden that ball to that side of the field. Well done. Great sacrifice bunt by Jackson. Playing catch with the bat. Deadens it right down to that right side of the infield. Well done.
Paul Molitor coming out. Maybe it for Boyer. Lefty in the pen and a righty, so it looks like Paul is going to go out and play the old matchup game. It worked for him back in the 7th inning. Glenn Perkins struck out Calhoun, and Fiend got Trout. tie. He'll do so with runners at second and third. He's going to face the left-hander Ryan O'Rourke, pitching in his 25th game. No record is 6.63 ERA. O'Rourke did face Calhoun Thursday night and struck him out, and that was in the third inning of that ball game.
Yeah, fastball is 87, 92, slider, curveball, changeup, a lot of sliders.
Yeah, it's a one-batter situation with a righty going ready for Minnesota. Trout on deck. Trout took O'Rourke deep in Thursday's game. Infield in for Minnesota. Robertson, good speed at third base, side end of the trail runner at second. Cole today 0 for 4 with a walk. Lays off, first pitch breaking ball. O'Rourke has worked 19 innings this year, 15 hits, 14 runs, 21 strikeouts, and 12 walks.
So it certainly can be wild, that's for sure.
Another breaking ball. Misses. 2 balls, no strikes.
Also has thrown 2 wild pitches.
Two 2-1.
I think Cole would love that pitch back.
This one hit sharply right to short, dropped. The throw comes home. Robertson scores. The Angels take the lead 4-3. And what was almost a line out into a double play to end the inning. That's a 6-2-3 put out. Credit Calhoun with a 77th run batted in.
And for Robertson to score on that ball, that's another run scored on an out.
That ball was smoked right to Escobar.
Hanging breakable, he threw another breakable. This time he stayed back on it well. That's a good swing. And Robertson going in, slamming that hand on the plate. An unearned run so far.
That'll do it for O'Rourke. Another pitching change with 2 outs here, the 12th. The Angels up 4-3. Here in the 12th inning, Michael Tonkin pitching in his 21st game. No record of 5.17 ERA. He worked the last 2 innings of Thursday night's game and ended up picking up a strikeout. And that was of Trout. Struck out Trout looking in the 9th inning.
And a good fastball himself. 93-97 slider, changeup.
Houston Street getting ready for the Angels. He'll pitch the bottom of the 12th. Trout takes a pitch inside. Mike hitless today, 0 for 4. Did have a sac fly in the 6th inning.
Boy, another run would be nice here.
2 balls, no strikes. Tonkin out of Palmdale, to Palmdale High School, drafted in the 30th round by the Twins in 2008, just 25 years of age. Slider missing. 2-1. Or pardon me, 3-0. Big cat too, 6'7". They got a lot of big dudes on their pitching staff.
Yes, they do. Looks like they're going to walk him now.
Face Albert. Goes in the books as an intentional walk. Albert will come up. He's 0 for 4 over his last 24. Extending his career high as far as hitless streak is concerned. Popped out his last time up. That was in the 10th. Big error by Dozier to start this 12th inning, and a big wild pitch by Boyer, putting a man in scoring position. The Angels capitalizing. An unearned run in to take the lead. Looking for more. Albert takes inside. Albert did not face Tonkin in Thursday night's game. Minnesota will have Hunter, Rosario, and Suzuki due up in the bottom of the 12th. 6, 7, and 8. 1-0 pitch. Upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. That's 6 out of the zone now. Seven out of the zone. 3 balls, no strikes. Bill Miller's yelling at somebody in the Angels dugout. Looked like Albert just told Bill Miller to get behind the plate.
And there's no way anybody's thinking that he's throwing at anybody. He's certainly wild in with Trout and Pujols. I believe Albert's going to be swinging 3-0.
And there's ball 4. So back-to-back walks, one intentional, the other one not so much.
Yeah, quick visit. You had to anticipate that from Neil Allen to go out and talk to Tonkin. Right now, all these pitches well out of the strike zone.
I'm trying to figure out who would be yelling something from the Angels dugout.
I mean, they're not yelling. They're certainly not yelling at Bill Miller. They're probably saying about, get those pitches out over, away from the inside part of the plate.
I mean, what's Bill Miller going to do?
Yeah.
That's a pitching coach's job, right?
Well, he's been out there for quite a while today now. Extra inning game.
He tried to move it along early.
Yes, he did.
Here's C.J. Cron with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Upstairs.
Boy, now you're caught in one of those spots now if you're C.J. Cron. Do you make him throw you a strike?
9 pitches. He hasn't thrown one for a strike yet. Third batter he's faced here in the 12th inning. There's a strike. Oh, the old derisive round of applause by the Twins faithful. Bouncer off the foot. Bill Miller calls it a foul ball. 1-2. Halos today 0 for 8 with men in scoring position, lead at 4-3 here in the 12th. The 1-2 pitch. Cron rockets that one foul into the seats. Cole getting credit with an RBI. Hit that liner right to Escobar with the infield in. Escobar couldn't handle it. Robertson scored from third to put the Angels up. Two balls, two strikes. Cron with the bases loaded this year, 5 for 8. 8 runs batted in. 2-2 pitch. Chases the high fastball, and the Angels leave him loaded. They do get an unearned run. We head to the bottom of the 12th. Angels up 4-3. Of the 12th inning, and Mike Scioscia hands the ball off to Houston Street to try to close this one out. 58th game, 3-3 record and a 3.24 ERA, 36 saves now for Houston. He picked up that 36th on Thursday. It was his 311th of his career. He's now tied for 21st all time with Tom Henke. Efrain Navarro takes over at first base for C.J. Cron. Torrey Hunter to lead things off. He'll be followed by Eddie Rosario, then Kurt Suzuki. Torrey, a 1-for-4 game. Mike Moore went 2/3 of an inning, struck out Sano and Plouffe to finish the 11th. Oh, 1 count. Oh, 2.
Now you got little shadows. Right now you got from the pitcher in the shadows to the home plate area in the sun. Advantage again for the pitcher. Especially if you could throw off speed.
Down and away. One, two, upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes. This one bounced over to third, foul. Angels have Robertson, Trout, Calhoun in the outfield from left to right, Coward, Ibar, Jackson, and Navarro in the infield from third to first. Chris Sinetta behind the plate. 2-2 again. This one back toward the middle. That'll sneak through for a leadoff single. Torre will stop at first base, so the tying run now on board now.
Now you're going to have a pinch runner with some serious speed now at first base.
Byron Buxton takes over. Buxton, 2 stolen bases, been caught twice now in 35 Major League games this season. Rosario, the left fielder, is 1 for 4. Tripled and scored in the 6th inning. Coward in on the grass at third base. A bunt, and it's a beauty. Coward has it. Sacrifice advances the tying run into scoring position.
It's one of those times, though, as a defensive club, you'll take that out, especially with Buxton's speed at first base and Rosario's speed at the plate.
Kenny Vargas is going to pinch hit here for Kurt Suzuki. Big left-hand power hitter. Switch hitter. Go bat from the left side. 250 this year. 5 home runs, 16 runs batted. Just a 195 hitter from the left at 113 at-bats.
There, your look back to second.
They look at a strike.
Ibar signaling and looking in the dugout to making sure what they're going to do there with that big lead that Buxton's getting at second.
Vargas in his career 0 for 2 against Houston straight. No balls, 2 strikes. Vargas 6'5", 289. Out of Puerto Rico. 53 games last year for the Twins at 9 home runs. This is his 55th game this year. Buxton at second base in the 0-2. Downstairs goes with the off-speed pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
All 3 off-speed pitches in this at bat.
Vargas between Double-A and Triple-A this year. Combined hit 283, 13 home runs and 46 RBIs. 25 years of age. Torrey Hunter with a leadoff single. Buxton, the pinch runner, sacrificed over to second. 1 out. Just got a piece of it. One-two pitch. Vargas fouls it off. Escobar, the shortstop's on deck. Four 3 here in the bottom of the 12th. Two balls, 2 strikes. he has seen a number of the off-speed pitches.
You keep thinking you're going to try to sneak a fastball by him. I'm still going to change up, down, and away off the plate, see if you get him to swing at it and be ready to make the play out in left field if you're Robertson.
2-2. This is low, full count.
Shows pretty good discipline. He did not go after that slow changeup. And one thing I've had many conversations with Houston Street. These spots, he will not give in. There's still an open base. Still keep that double play in order.
Full count. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Down goes Vargas. 2 down.
Didn't give in. Went another off-speed pitch. It's a veteran closer. Not going to give in. Went changeup once again. This time cannot make contact. Huge swing and miss.
So tantalizing too for a big power hitter. That changeup up in the zone.
Yeah, when
it's
you
there,
off,
then it's not.
Yeah, when you come off the bench, you're just geared up for a fastball, hoping for a fastball at some point during that sequence, but nothing but off speed.
Eduardo Escobar steps up with 2 outs, tying run at second. Escobar 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts today. Takes outside. One-0 pitch upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. Top of the order, and Hicks on deck. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Escobar trying to leave with that swing. It's 2-1. Buxton with 2 outs, taking a big lead at second base. Outfield straight around with Escobar at the plate. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Another all-speed pitch. Quite a few thrown by Street in this inning.
Houston ready, the 2-2. Escobar pops it up. Foul territory. Coward moving over near the railings. Got a play. Light that baby up as the Angels take game 1 of the doubleheader. 4-3 the final in 12 innings.
Wow, what a victory for the Halos there. Nice play by Coward to run that one down. They score a run without a hit in that 12th inning, and Houston Street picks up another save. Good job by Robertson getting on base. A good read with being on third base, and that line drive by Cole Calhoun. The Angels win the first game of this doubleheader, now tied the Minnesota Twins in the race for the wild card.
Halos now 75 and 72, same record as the Minnesota Twins. Game 2 is coming up at 6 o'clock Central, 4 Pacific time. And it'll be Garrett Richards going up against Mike Pelfrey, but kind of a nail biter there. Both offenses struggled from the 7th inning on.